All right. Hello, everyone. I was like waiting.
I know we were both like,
I was like, come on, let's get going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to June's edition of the 24-hour Horror-A-Thon. I think this is our 11th or 12th edition we've had. I was better at keeping count in the beginning. We got to double digits.
yeah,
Lost pace at that point. But
you've had so many. It's awesome.
and you've been here before, so this is your second 24-hour.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
We are going to be, sort of talking about Elegy for the Undead. This is the buddy read for the weekend. You can read it with us tonight. You can read it on your own time and chat in the Discord, whatever you want to do. I'm going to be reading that to start tonight. And Sav, do you want to introduce yourself and your channel and all the busy plans you have for the weekend and what you're going to be reading tonight?
Yes, I know. So much is going on right now. So thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I am finishing up Listen for the Lie. And this one is for the book troop, which is Gabby Reed's book club, which is on Sunday. And so I'm one of her co-hosts. And then I also am going to be reading Darling Girls by Sally Hepworth for my book club, which is tomorrow with Gabby as well. We kind of did like a book club collab thing. And I guess I should, my channel's Riveting Reads. I love horror and thriller books. So this is the perfect kind of horror-a-thon for me. However, I was laughing because I was telling Ashley, like, I don't have a horror book besides the buddy read that I have planned for this weekend. But what am I forgetting? Am I forgetting anything? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I felt like there was a third book club thing. But maybe.
Well, on Monday, I was on Reading with Jess's channel, and we read, why can't I remember the name of the book?
Everyone is watching.
Thank you. I swear, like, whenever it's a book that's a thriller recently, it's like I don't know what it is because I just read it audio. Well, that always happens when I just read something audio. I'm like, I don't know what the name of the book is because I'm just listening to it. But yeah, I've been bad about that. But thank you. And I did not like that one. But you could watch it if you're curious. Did you read it?
I did not. It was actually really funny because I think it was the last video I posted or the one before was a reading vlog where I was reading books with reality TV elements. There were thriller books with reality TV elements. So I read Ruth Ware's new book and I read Claire McIntosh's new book, A Game of Lies. And I loved both of them. I gave them both 5 stars, which like never happens. And so I was asking in that video for people to leave comments of other books, like especially thrillers with reality TV show elements. And that one got recommended a ton and I had never heard of it. Then I looked it up and then I saw that you guys were reading it. And so I watched the live show and I saw that you didn't really love it. And I was like, I don't know, but we've been so opposite lately.
I know
that
like opposites on all thrillers right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on with me. I don't know.
Me. I think we're both like a little off. We're both going down different weird paths.
We're just having a moment. We're having a silly little moment right now. I'm surprised actually in a way that you aren't loving or didn't love Listen for the Lie because I feel like, I don't know, it has the elements you like.
I read it as an ARC. So I read it months ago. And as an ebook, and I'm hearing that the audiobook is really good. I don't know if you, and so I wonder, like, maybe I would have liked it better on audio.
Yeah.
I feel like what I didn't like about it, if I can even remember, like I didn't like the main character. I felt like it was YA feeling like a little bit. And I don't know, there was something else about the direction the story went, I think, but it was just like fine. I was like, oh, this is fine. Like I think the general audience will like it. But.
The audiobook's awesome because it has different voice actors, because it has a podcast element, and you hear that like podcast jingle, like, you know, and it says like the episode name, and it works really well for an audio. So that's part of it. But I know what you're saying. I don't know if you knew this, but this author's like adult debut. Like she normally writes YA. So it makes sense why you would say it feels a little YA because she's used to that. So
yeah,
I know what you mean.
I'm glad you're liking it.
I'm really happy I'm liking it because if I didn't, that would suck trying to like binge it so fast, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm relieved.
And you're almost done with that one?
Yeah, I should look at my audiobook. I have to pull it up, but what does it say? 20 minutes. So I'll be finishing it in the first sprint.
We only have 20 minutes left. Oh, wow.
Are you like, wow, you stopped when you
Yeah.
I don't know how interesting my life is to everyone, but I stayed up late last night and I had an hour left and I had a shift at 9 and I was like, I really have to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to my shift today and then I taught after. And then I had like a break of like 20 minutes. So I read more and then like another break of 20 minutes. And so that's why I've hated stopping reading it. Like I didn't want to, but.
Especially at the end, you're like, everything's wrapping up. I need to know.
Like the reveal is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it down. I was like, damn
it. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight and letting us know what you're reading. You're almost done with your book too, Long Bright River. Nice.
And that's kind of a long mystery.
Mm-hmm. Did you read that one?
No, but I think I got rid of it.
I did too. I used to have it and then I never read it.
I think we talked about this where we were like, should we read that?
Mm-hmm. I feel like I would actually probably really like it now where I'm at in my reading taste because I'm reading a lot more mystery, sort of drama mystery stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, if only it had still been on my bookshelf, but it's gone now. So
yeah, I think mine is gone.
Excited to start with the buddy read. Not reading horror either, just finishing up The Graham Effect by L. Kennedy. Yeah, feel free to read whatever you want if you want to hang out in sprints. I was telling Sab the other book that I have that I'm in the middle of this weekend is a mystery book because I'm reading the second book in the Thursday Murder Club series. Who am I? I'm reading a series. I'm reading the Thursday Murder Club too. Everything's
Are you liking it?
I am liking it. I'm not obsessed with it. I feel like people I just started the second book. I'm like a couple chapters in, so I don't know about that book in particular, but I had started the Thursday Murder Club a year or two ago and I read like a little bit and gave up on it. And then I reread it or actually read it a couple months ago and I gave it a 3.5. So I liked it, but
Gotcha.
I think you get more invested in the characters in the series. So
yeah, the like one series I've read. Yes.
90 pages into the eyes are the best part and it's so good, also gross. Yes, that one's so gross.
I mean, it sounds like it would be gross.
There's a lot of really graphic depictions of things going on with eyeballs. And I just don't like even thinking that eyeballs are a thing that exists in this world. Like I know I have them, but I hate thinking about them and being aware of them. It's like when you're aware that you're breathing and then you're like, wait, how do I breathe? When I become aware of my eyeballs, it's game over.
It's almost like you want to like look behind them. But like you don't actually want to, but like you realize that like, ew.
Yeah, and you think like the optic nerve and all the like, if you were to pull it out and all the, I will stop.
I avoid those kind of images. I avoid anything medical.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even watch Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, I don't really like watching stuff like that either. But
like sign me up for horror, but
they do that so much in horror too, where it's like a needle above the eye, or like when people do lobotomies and they
I can't watch
eye open. No, I look away from the screen the whole time. And that is the end of the eyeball conversation. Nobody say anything in the comments to make me talk about it again.
It's like we literally could see so many comments.
I will not be able to see them. I will scroll right past.
No eyeballs.
50% of the buddy read enjoying it so far. Sweet. I have never heard anyone talk about this book or any reviews for it, so I don't know what we're getting into, but hopefully it's good.
I think it's free on Audible.
Oh,
like
nice.
The audiobook. Because let me look. I thought I downloaded it earlier. Yeah, it's free. So that's nice. Are you going to listen to the audio or no?
I'm going to start reading physically, but if my eyeballs start feeling weird, for context.
The way you said we won't talk about eyeballs.
I know. But I was telling Sab before we went live, I've been having migraines lately and my eyes get kind of weird, especially like looking back and forth from if it's like my phone and the TV or my computer and a book and a screen, sometimes that like throws me off. So we'll see. It's good to know I have an audio as a backup if I need it.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was on there. And I was super pumped about it because I was looking for the physical and I didn't order it in time. And I was like, oh no, wait. Well, I
almost forgot to. I just ordered it like last week. I was like, oh shoot.
Yeah. And then I was like, well, there has to be a Kindle edition. And then like my internet wasn't working well. So it kept saying like there's no results. And I was like, what am I going to do? And then it was the internet and I was okay. And then I saw it was on Audible and I was like, oh, that's nice.
It's hard sometimes with these ones that are a little more random, like this publisher, Lanternfish Press. I've never heard of that. I don't know if that's like an independent.
Interesting name. Lanternfish.
It's based in Philly, apparently.
Okay.
There's a fish town in Philly. Maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know. But
are those fishes with like their own lights?
I don't know. There's no, like the logo doesn't indicate it.
I'm going to look up a lanternfish because now I need to know. Yeah, because like, isn't there one in Nemo? Like the scary fish?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I feel like the name of them is somewhere ingrained in my memory in a file somewhere.
Yeah, somebody said it's anglerfish.
Oh, angler, yeah.
But like they're known as lanternfish.
Huh.
I'm just seeing like really disturbing pictures from Finding Nemo. Like, I'm scared of the deep sea. I can't.
Me too. Is that that's the theme of today? What are your deepest fears?
Hey, it's perfect though. It's a horror read-a-thon.
I do hate the idea of the ocean. I've just been forcing myself to get in the ocean more lately and like go deeper because it's nice and I hate sweating on the beach. So like I want to be able to enjoy the water and I live in Florida. So I have beach time opportunity. And then this year, all these reports are coming out about there being way more sharks and shark attacks than ever before coming up on the Florida coasts. Allegedly maybe because of like the killer orcas or something that's pushing them in. I don't know what's happening, but I'm seeing like aerial footage from planes of just like hundreds of sharks really, really close to the water. And I'm like, yeah, well, I enjoyed that while it lasted. And now I'm going to be back to just sitting under the umbrella.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That is so disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to watch a good shark horror movie. The only one I've seen is Jaws, which is great, but like I want another one. And then
Have
I
you
really
seen the one with, was it Blake Lively or someone like her? There's one where she's like a surfer, but she only has one arm, I think, because she had like suffered a shark attack before.
Yeah. What is that? It has Anna Sophia Robb in it.
Yeah.
I watched it when I was really young. I don't know.
I know. That's not like technically a horror, I guess. It's more of like an action thriller, but
is it? I remember it being more like a drama.
Yeah.
Like a touching, like it's been so many years. I think it came out in like when I was in middle school.
Yeah.
And I think I saw it and I'm pretty sure I saw it with my classmates. These are weird memories, unlocking them. Oh my gosh.
Talking about our deep fears, unlocking weird memories. It's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some more like recent shark movies coming out, and I'm like, what's happening? And it must be because of the shark sightings.
Maybe.
That makes sense, because I think horror reflects a lot of like what's going on.
Have you seen The Meg? I don't know if that's a shark or a whale.
I haven't. I've literally not seen. Well, no, that's a lie. I've seen one other shark movie, and it was terrible. I don't remember the name of it. I'm sure if I just said shark movie.
Oh, I think the thing about The Meg is that it's a megalodon shark. Whether that's a real thing or not, I'm unsure, but it's
that would make sense.
Big ass undersea creature. And I think they might be making a new one.
Oh.
Or they did last year.
Was it good?
I have not seen any of these. I have no idea.
I watched 47 Meters Down, which
Not
it
good.
was so bad. It was so bad. I'm just looking at pictures and I'm like, yeah. It's where somebody's stuck in like a cage, a shark cage.
Yeah.
Underwater.
Yeah.
And something happens. She may be like running out of oxygen. Like in theory, it's a good premise, but there's like only so much you can do when you're in a cage and there's a shark.
Yeah.
What are you going to talk about?
That's like there's that movie where those girls get stuck in the pool because the pool cover comes over them and they get locked in the pool. I haven't actually seen the movie. I watched TikTok clips of someone like spoiling the movie and then showing clips of it really fast because I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there a whole movie watching girls stuck in the pool.
Yeah, what is that? I've never heard of that.
It got really melodramatic by the end, from what I remember.
Oh,
spoilers.
I feel like that's a funny like party movie.
Mm-hmm.
Where like people could be like, this is crazy. Like, what is going on? Yeah. So many bad horror movies. Like, I love horror, but so many bad ones. It sucks. It's like, come on. Quality over
getting. I feel like we're moving into an era where they're about to be good for a bit, or at least there's a lot of exciting things coming out that I'm interested in watching. I feel like we were in a drought for a little bit.
I'm really excited for Cuckoo. That's the one I'm the most excited for.
For what?
It's called Cuckoo.
Cuckoo?
You're like, come again?
How do you spell that?
I'm pretty sure. Like the bird.
Oh, cuckoo.
Am I saying it weird?
I was hearing like a G in there. Cuckoo.
Yeah, it's Goo. It's just a movie about.
I am also excited for Cuckoo.
I was like, we've talked about this multiple times together. Okay, I was gonna say,
I'm like, is that some kind of like international film? I haven't heard of.
I'm dead. I think, isn't that coming out in July?
I have no idea. I think there's a lot of stuff coming soon.
It looks like immediately right up my alley. Like, so good, hopefully. And then Longlegs is coming out, which I'm really intrigued.
Me too.
What else are you really looking forward to?
Let me look at my Letterboxd.
Oh, Rachel said it was called Soul Server. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And then
sorry, I'm behind.
The Shallows.
Yelling.
What'd you say?
I said sorry, I'm behind if they're like yelling in the comments. I hate when you're watching a live and you know the answers to something, but they're not caught up in the comments.
Yeah.
Just read the comments.
Rachel's not yelling. Yeah, The Shallows. I have not heard of that. It's funny that I want to watch a shark movie because I've been dying to like go to the ocean again. Not in it, but like to it. Because it's literally been 10 years.
You're pretty far from.
I'm pretty far, yeah. And then like when we went to Florida for our honeymoon, we went to Orlando. Like we went to Universal and we stayed in a resort. And we could have gone to the beach, but we were so tired. We were like, we don't want to take a day trip. Like, we're just going to chill here.
Yeah.
But like, I've been wanting to go. So I'm just going to traumatize myself and then I'll go.
That's a great idea.
I just won't go in the water. I just don't.
Last time that I had to get on a plane, I had just read that book Drowning by TJ Newman, which is about a plane crashing in the ocean and them drowning underwater, seeing if they can be saved. I was like,
I love that.
Well,
I love that for you. You know what is really funny? This is like my pastime, my hobby. When I'm on a plane, I look at what people are watching. It's just interesting. This guy was watching a movie with a plane crash. I was like literally the plane crash was actively happening in the movie. And he was
maybe just like, maybe it's exposure therapy. He's like really anxious to fly. So he's like, I'm going to put myself in the most stressful situation on a plane, watching a plane crash movie and face my fears.
But he was like chill. Like I really.
Maybe he had some drugs beforehand.
Maybe he was not all there. Yeah, honestly, that would be quite exposure therapy. But imagine like literally watching that and then turbulence happens. Like absolutely not. I would cease to exist. I would become.
I would be panicking. my letterbox pulled up so I can tell you what movies I'm excited for.
Yeah.
So I've heard it's not good, The Watchers, but I do want to watch it because it's Shyamalan's daughter that made
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Have you seen it?
No, and I know I wouldn't like it because
Oh.
Spooky Astronauts and also
Yeah.
Possessed Horror. I feel like I ask you this every
Yeah,
time.
those are we watch both of them all the time.
Yeah. So they both, I think, said like it's very like the way they described it was just not for me. Like it's almost has a fantastical element in it,
Oh, well, you're a fantasy girl now.
but not like Faye. It's like like I don't know, different kind of fantasy.
What else? Maxine is coming out. I still haven't watched Pearl even, so I have to get
Okay,
caught up
me
on that.
too. I was gonna say I need to watch Pearl. I was just talking to my coworker.
You haven't watched Pearl either?
No, and I don't know
watch
why.
party.
I know, because I literally watched X in theaters. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I have to watch Pearl in theaters, and then it's gone. So maybe I'll watch Pearl and then I'll go to theaters for Maxine.
Yeah. Long Legs. I still haven't seen the first Omen. I've heard that's really good. So I want to.
Oh, I've seen that.
I don't know when Night Bitch is coming out, but they're making that into a movie.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read it yet.
But I haven't either. It's Amy Adams playing the main character.
Oh, that makes sense. I will say that is it First Omen or Last Omen? I think it's the First Omen, right?
It's the most recent one is the First Omen.
So that movie, my viewing experience got ruined for that because I loved Immaculate like so much. And they're twin films.
That's why I've been waiting a long time between them because I also loved Immaculate. And then I saw the trailer for the First Omen and I was like, I think I should wait.
They are the same movie almost. Like literally. Just a different execution and vibe. But like I love the actress who acts in the First Omen. Like she's so good. But I was just seeing her as the character I've seen her in before, which is an M. Night Shyamalan show. Have you seen Servant?
Yes. That's who the main character is in the First Omen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leanne. Yeah. And she's like playing the same kind of like, you know, she's an awesome actor, but like it just, I was so confused. I had just watched Immaculate and I loved that one so much that I was kind of, they're not like the same movie. They do different things. Like the way the story's told is different, but still like, you know, I'm super curious once you eventually watch it, which you like, because, ooh, that's exciting. You like Pearl more than X?
I feel like that's what I generally hear about the movies. I don't know why. I just like never put it on. It's been on my watch list forever. And every time I'm looking for a movie, I go right past it. And then I just never click to actually watch it.
Maybe it's because it's like, we know it's a prequel.
I think so, yeah.
Character driven.
And we're like in the middle of the rollout of these movies. So X was so long ago. And then we've been waiting for Maxine.
Yeah.
So it was like, I like watching things right back to back.
Me too. I feel like I'll like Maxine the most. That setting.
I'm a little bit hesitant about the, is it the BTK killer who is the main thing? It's like a serial killer movie.
I literally have not watched a trailer. So okay. I don't know. Probably.
I think it was BTK. It was one of those like famous 80s serial killers. And that just has been done so much. So I'm hoping they do something different with it.
They have to. I would hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Amy Adams. I'll watch anything with Amy Adams.
Yeah.
I'm always behind on movies.
Me too. I watched The Black Coat's Daughter. Have you seen that?
Yes. I like that one.
I liked it, but I was like not expecting what it was. Like
Same.
For some reason I thought it was like a period piece almost. Like because I was like, the black coat, like, you know, like, I don't know. I was just like,
I don't remember what I thought it would be, but I remember watching it and being like, oh, that's what this movie is about.
but it was like good,
Mhm.
but it was just so unexpected.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was good. It was maybe more artsy, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, do you want to get into our first sprint? You can finish your book. I'm like dying knowing you have 20 minutes left. I'm like, please finish it. Please just get
I
this.
was dying when I had to like stop reading it earlier. I was so sad. So I'm happy.
Alrighty. 45 minutes good?
Mhm.
Okay. See everyone then. All right, welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
I have gotten a little slumped from reading. I think each sprint you'll see me get a little lower and lower in this chair as I get more comfortable.
Oh, you mean like, I thought you meant like slumped as in like bad. Like,
Oh, no. I'm just like,
feeling.
what's up, everyone?
Yeah.
Continue to sink.
I was just thinking, I was like, I thought I posted these sprints to my community tab, and then I realized I forgot. That was a false memory. So I'm going to do that.
Well, how did your sprint go? Did you finish listening for
I did. The ending was fine. I mean, I just really, really loved the book, like the whole general experience of it. So honestly, I might give it 5 stars because I just don't give things 5 stars anymore.
Gosh, do it.
I don't know. Like, I've just been so harsh with my 5 stars lately. And I'm just like, I'll just give it 5 stars. You know, I had a great time. I did not want to stop reading it. Like,
yeah, I've become a lot more lax in my 5 stars too. I'm like, even if I have like one complaint, it can still be a 5-star.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, did you hear that? It went Wix.
No.
The ad started. I was copying our link.
I just went back and read my review of Listen for the Lie because I have been very good this year about writing reviews in my reading spreadsheet for every book that I've read. So I have good detailed memories. And now I remember what happened with Listen for the Lie is, and I don't know if you'll agree with this, but 2 things. One, it kind of felt like a cozy mystery to me, which I thought I was expecting it to be domestic, and like how she's in her head like, thinking of killing people all the time. I'm like, that's just kind of silly, quirky, goofy. Yeah. And then the other thing, like the real big thing for me that I hate is memory loss.
Oh, yeah. See, I usually hate that. And I have no idea why it didn't annoy me in this one. Because I usually really don't like it. But I think I was just interested enough in the story that I was like, okay.
Yeah.
How was your sprint?
It was really good. I got 58 pages in. So it's a really quick. Oh. Okay, you were like glitching for a second. I was like, "Are you still there?" Yeah, I got 58 in. And I love the writing of this.
Ooh, that's good to hear.
It's very like melancholic and like intimate and like nostalgic. I don't know, it just feels like reading someone's like real life reflections on sentimental moments in their life.
That's cool.
It's about this married couple, these 2 guys, and there's this virus going around the world called the ANA virus, which I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but it's known as a zombie virus because it like when you're infected, it attacks your brain and then the rest of your body, and it makes you have these really violent urges. So people will just like start being really violent and angry and killing people if they get infected.
That's so scary.
And then you like your body like shuts down, but then you kind of like come back to life. So that's why it's called the zombie virus. But by that point, you've already like killed people and are trying to infect other people and stuff. And so one of the guys in the marriage gets it, and so they know he's going to die. But so far, it's a lot of just like reflection on when they first met and when they first started dating and getting to understand the dynamic of their relationship. And I'm loving it.
I'm excited. I was listening, but while I was doing that, I was typing the community post saying I'm currently sprinting with you. And I actually wrote with Ashley, like I didn't tag your channel. I was like, wait, I need to tag your channel. Oh my gosh. But that sounds really interesting. Like a kind of take on a zombie virus.
Yes.
So scary. Like
one of the reviews on the back said it called it a unique, intimate zombie tale. Which I thought
is it like really sad?
It just feels really melancholic because you know what it's going to build to. And the tone of it is like you're reading from a depressed person reflecting on their life.
Well, I'm curious if I'll like it because of that or like feel sad because of that, you know?
It just feels like somber right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes books like this drag me down, but I'm just like, yeah, life is tough. And then like,
You're like, this is what I needed.
yeah, it's just good. I'm trying to think
That's
of
good.
what it reminds me of, but I don't know. Did you read A Little Life?
No,
Okay.
I
It kind
decided
of
I
reminds
would
me of that,
not
but
read that.
yeah, not as heavy as A Little Life. There's some grief horror
Yeah,
I'm thinking of
it
that I can't.
sounds like sort of a familiar concept, but different.
Yeah, maybe sort of like Monstrilio. Did you ever read that?
No.
You have to read that. It's kind of like the tone of that.
Interesting. I know the cover. The cover is so cool.
Hmm.
It's like multicolored with, is it like an animal on the front, like a creepy?
Yeah, there's two covers. The original one was like gray with different shapes on it, and then they made another cover
I'm gonna
more
look them up.
recently. I think I can. Yeah, I can just switch tabs.
Oh, sweet. Oh, yeah.
So that's the OG cover, and
That's
then
the one I was thinking of. Oh, it's
this was
creepy.
the other one.
Oh, I like the other one better.
Me too.
That one's like, it's
The
weird,
basic. Yeah.
but it's like the other one is my sleep paralysis demon.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Which is funny because this is not what Monstrilio looks like at all in the book.
Really?
There's a drawing of him in the book, and it's like completely different from this.
What the heck? Why would they do that?
I guess they were just trying to advertise this is a horror book.
They're like, you will be disturbed.
Yeah.
That's so weird when they do that. Interesting.
Alrighty, let's see how everyone else did. Hi, Sarah. Late to the party, but almost finished with Middle of the Night by Riley Sager. I almost said Tylee Sager just for fun there for that.
Kylie.
Have you read this one yet?
I started it and then I realized I didn't have time before I needed to read everything else. So I'm picking it up right after this weekend. I got like maybe an hour in. I was mostly listening. Okay. You read it, right?
I just read it last week, I think.
Okay.
I filmed my experience with it to do a dedicated reading vlog. So I have to watch the footage back and decide if I want to post it or not.
I am also filming a dedicated reading vlog because I've done that for all his new releases, and I'm scared because I don't know if I'll like it. Did you not like it? Where does it rate, or rank in your? Is it bottom?
It might be bottom.
Oh my god!
It's definitely like bottom 2.
That's crazy, but I mean, not really, because like his last 2 books I have not liked. Which really
you didn't like the what was the red one called? The only one left?
The only one left, or the last one?
The only one, yeah. I liked that one.
Yeah. I didn't because it felt too similar to like the Turn of the Screw or the Turn of the Key vibes, and I was just kind of like, eh. It was very much like family drama. Like it was all tied to family, and I'm just not. It's like usually not my thing. Yeah. Which it should have worked for me because I like his gothic atmosphere stuff, but
that's why I liked it. So I think that was the first time I did a dedicated reading vlog to one of his books. I usually like fold them into vlogs if I can, because they're always just like the big book of the summer. And so with Middle of the Night, I was like, oh great, like I'll make this a tradition now. I'll start like dedicated vlogs for all of his books. And I gave it 1 star. Like I hated it. So oh my god, I'm so sorry, but I don't like this book at all. Like there is not a single quality, and I really try to avoid doing that now. Like if I'm going to do a dedicated reading vlog, I like it. I did it with a Frida McFadden book recently, and that I feel like was a different. I felt kind of like doing that, because it was an objectively terrible book. But this one, I'm just not his best work.
I purposefully have avoided anything online about anything because I don't want to see anybody's thoughts because I just want to go in.
Yeah.
But I'm nervous. I mean, I'm liking it so far, but I'm not.
Maybe you love it because we're so opposite right now.
Maybe this is a good sign.
Yeah, maybe. It kind of reminded me of Listen for the Lie and so.
Really? Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, it has that similar tone.
Or like What Lies in the Woods, which you liked that one too, didn't you? Oh, you didn't? Yeah, I didn't like that one either.
Wow, we agreed.
Well, I read that like a year ago. That was back when.
That was back when we were like, yeah.
Yeah.
So funny how sometimes I just don't understand my reading taste at all because it's not consistent what I like. And I think it really just has to do with the writing style. I think it comes down to that because, like,
I think we're so hyper aware of it too because our opinions get documented on the internet and then they stay there. So I think about that all the time. If I'm like, oh, I'm really into detective books right now. And then I'm like, I know 2 years ago I was saying I hated detective books. And so then I feel like a big contradiction, but that's normal for your taste to change too.
Because you get bored too.
Mm-hmm.
And you want different things. Like most of Riley Sager's books I read when I was super new to the genre. And they're just such good, like, introductory thrillers. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I ate them up. And then I don't know what it was, like if they started getting worse overall or what happened. But I liked Survive the Night a lot. Like, I actually loved that. And I know most people didn't. But then...
Yeah, I hated that one. That's in the bottom too. If it's my bottom is between Survive the Night and Middle of the Night. Maybe he needs to stop writing books with night in the title. That's the problem for me.
That's so funny. And I get that too because that one wasn't as like atmospheric either.
Mm-hmm.
So like that makes sense. Yeah. We'll see.
It didn't even feel like a Riley Sager book to me because my thing with his books is even if I don't like them, I like the experience of reading them.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to put the audiobook on for Middle of the Night to get through it.
Yeah, I could see it going either way for me.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a 5-star, but it could either be like a 2 or a 4. I'm not predicting 3. I'm predicting I will feel 2 or 4, which is a weird feeling.
I'm predicting. I'm predicting you're going to be like a 2.
Oh no. I'm so scared.
I would be really shocked if you really liked it, especially like coming off of the books you're reading right now, back to back.
Isn't it funny that it's, yeah. Yeah. Do you just mean like how my taste has changed?
Yeah. And also like, I don't know. I don't want to say anything about it.
Okay. Yeah. We'll just
reconvene whenever you read it.
Nothing. Yeah. Nothing happened.
Oh, good job. Finished Long Bright River, a 4-star.
Nice.
Thanks for joining. Finished The Graham Effect. Everyone is finishing books. Great.
I know. Good job.
Started Elegy for the Undead. Only have 10 pages left of the buddy read. Amazing. Otherwise, made final edits to a reading vlog. Gonna go back to Mayfly after I finish the buddy read. Nice.
Doesn't that have an eyeball thing in it?
It does. That is a crazy cover. It has like teeth. Teeth and then an eyeball in the center of it.
And I was like, that's your nightmare.
Yep. Yep, it is.
That book cover, yeah.
CJ Lead has a new book coming out soon, I think. Something.
I've never read Mayfly.
It's an experience.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I was like, I
can't say I like it. I can't say I didn't like it. It was just like an experience.
Yeah. I could see that.
8% of my audio, a half-baked murder, cozy mystery. Ooh. Knock, knock, open wide. I've heard good things about that one. Joining with Tender is the Flesh, finally. The start of the book is like a love story. Yeah, the buddy read. It does feel, it's like a love story, but you know that something sad's going to happen. So that's why it's like, oh.
That's heartbreaking.
The virus book is our buddy read, Elegy for the Undead by Matthew Vessely. Oh, mine's
like the cover. Sorry.
Of this?
Mm-hmm.
I think you can only see one eye.
And it's creepy. It's unnerving. Mm-hmm. It almost looks like nothing until you really look.
Yeah. I didn't realize there was an eye until I had the book in person.
Right. Yeah.
An easy version. Yeah, it's kind of like Our Wives Under the Sea. That's a
Oh.
really good comparison.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was what it was reminding me of. I haven't read that one, but I've heard you talk about it. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it sounds similar because it's like a couple dealing with grief.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that one too, you kind of like know what it's building to. So it's a
Yeah.
sad, slow burn of like grieving
Mhm.
while it's happening.
Yeah.
I also loved One Trillium. Mhm.
That's awesome.
Oh, I don't know what the typo was. Maybe it deleted for you.
Yeah.
Halfway in the buddy read. I wish I was liking it a little more than I am, but I'm intrigued to see where it goes. Yeah, I can see why it wouldn't be for some people, especially like you're going into it expecting a horror book. So you're kind of thinking it's
Mhm.
one thing, but it's just kind of like slow and emotional so far. I don't know if it will build up to be more. I assume the horror is like the virus aspect of it and how people
Yeah.
are raging and killing other people.
Yeah.
Favorite book you read last year? Only read Home Before Dark and didn't like it. Is there a Riley Sager book you'd recommend I try next? We both loved Home Before Dark.
I know. I'm thinking, I'm like, that's like my favorite one.
Yeah. And I also really liked Lock Every Door. Did you like
Which
that
is similar though.
one? It's
Like the
similar to that.
magical,
So I was gonna
maybe,
say don't do that one.
maybe The Last Time I Lied or Final Girls. Final Girls has like a slasher element. Last Time I Lied is like a summer camp. I'm just not a fan of The House Across the Lake. And then the only one left is kind of gothic, like Home Before Dark. So I feel like if you didn't like Home Before Dark, maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's one I'd recommend for you if you didn't like Home
I
Before.
know it's hard.
You know?
Like,
I just feel like that's his best work. So it's hard to.
it is, but some people really don't like it and they like other ones. And I'm like, oh, like it's just shocking to me.
I didn't like The Last Time I Lied very much. I think I gave Final Girls like maybe a 3, but I don't remember liking it very much. The House Across the Lake, I gave it a 2, but that book is like fun.
It's wild.
Because it's so crazy.
I'm like, what is this ending?
Yeah, that's just a wild book. So if you want to read something that really just goes for it.
I can't believe that is Riley Sager.
I
It was
know.
so different.
Mm-hmm.
Like so different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe
It is a good atmosphere.
Maybe I would recommend Survive the Night if you didn't like Home Before Dark. And then if you don't like Survive the Night either, then,
just no more.
Yeah.
You're done.
I know. We've been cursed by the eyeballs.
I went like this and I was like, wait, I just saw my eyeballs.
Don't think about them, people. Don't think about them. Lock Every Door is the Sager I liked best. It was my first Sager, so it has a place in my heart for that.
Was that mine? I think it was. Wow, that feels so long.
In 2019, maybe?
I read it in like 20. Was it?
When did it even come out?
20? I think I read it in 2020 and then I immediately read. Yeah.
Also, you know what I've noticed as of 3 seconds ago is in the blurb for this, Riley Sager is a pen name, not his real name.
Yeah, I don't know his real name though.
It's Todd Ritter. And I don't remember how I found that out originally, but I found it out originally and then you like never hear it anywhere. And so I forgot it. And then I found it out again and then I forgot it. And just looking up Lock Every Door, the blurb for it says by American author Todd Ritter, writing under the pen name of Riley Sager. Oh. And then in middle of the night, I was listening to the audiobook. And when the audiobook finished, it was like copyright Todd Ritter. So I'm like, are you like soft launching, going to your name? What's happening here?
Yeah. Also interesting that you would choose a pen name because Todd Ritter sounds like an author name.
I could like I have vague memories sometimes of just like things, but I have no idea where I heard it or if it's reliable. So
Me
take my
too.
opinion as much as you take any
Yeah.
opinion you hear on the internet or the story. But in my memory, I heard that he originally published under Todd Ritter and he had written like 3 books and they weren't doing well. And so then his publisher had him go under the pen name Riley Sager. And I don't know if Riley was intentionally ambiguous,
Yeah, I've heard that one.
ambiguous name, but like that also works in the thriller genre. When you're a man and it's predominantly names are women. But I don't know what his original books were.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm like, what are they? I will research.
I would not read them. So
I wouldn't read them, but I'm so curious.
I have all the information I need.
Mr. Todd Ritter.
I think it's smoke coming out of where the eye should be. It kind of looks like it's smoke. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess it could be out of the eye. It's either like coming out of a mouth or an eye. It's coming out of some orifice.
I don't know why I thought a mouth because I was like, maybe they're smoking, but that's a lot of smoke for someone smoking.
Yeah.
So
they do smoke in the book. They are smokers. Then they stop. They quit smoking. But they just smoke.
Well, who knows?
I didn't like Home Before Dark.
A lot of like horror people don't. Because it's like the thriller version of a horror book.
Yeah. And it's really reminiscent of The Haunting of Hill House, the show. And this came out pretty close after the show. And that was another complaint that I heard from people. But I liked that.
I didn't know. I didn't know it came out after. I
think it did, right?
I really don't remember.
I don't know either. These past couple of years have been a blur.
I cannot take, I can't keep track of time.
I want to like say, I'm afraid he may not be the author for me. I know it's hard with those really popular authors. You're like, I just want to know, like, I want to be in the conversations, but I'm really not enjoying their books. So do I force myself through them just to hear people talk about them? Or...
Yeah.
I think about that sometimes with like popular romance or fantasy authors now that I'm starting to read more fantasy. And there's just some.
Have you read more fantasy?
I'm currently still reading the Throne of Glass series. I'm up to the 4th book, and then I already read the prequel book, so I guess it'll be my 5th.
Are you liking them?
I'm liking them less as I'm going, but I hear it picks up on the book I'm getting ready to pick up.
Okay,
like the story gets better. So
I haven't started it yet. I'm kind of
bought all the books. I bought all the books, so I'm reading the whole thing.
Yeah, you have to. I want to read it. It's just I'm waiting. I feel like I will start maybe closer to the fall.
Yeah, I needed a good gap between the ACOTAR series and this one, so I'm glad I waited a while.
Yeah.
They're very difficult to compare.
I'm nervous. I hope I like it.
I liked the Assassin's Blade a lot, which is the prequel novellas. And then the first book, I was like, okay, this is cool, like 3.5. The second book, I think I also gave a 3.5, and I really liked how that book ended. And then the book I just read has been my least favorite so far. I gave it a 2. So it was just really like, it was longer. It was over 500 pages, and it was really slow because it's the first book that kind of breaks up perspectives a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next one I'm picking up is Queen of Shadows, which is even longer. They just keep getting longer.
They always do.
Yeah. So.
It's like a thing. They always do.
Let's see. I think maybe romance will pick up and that'll make me like it more. Who knows? Maybe I'll hate it. I'm still going to read it either way.
You're like, I bought this.
I assume the smoke was a bullet hole because zombies. Maybe.
I didn't even think about that.
Hello, reading Into the Drowning Deep. Speaking of, Mira Grant blurbed this book also.
Ooh.
It's Into the Drowning Deep. Tom McGuire, same person. Mira Grant said, read this. That's it. That's the blurb.
Sorry, I got distracted because I saw middle of the night and I started reading that and I was like thinking deeply about that comment. I'm so sorry.
I just said Mira Grant blurb this book and all the blurb says is read this.
Oh, I
That's
love
it.
that.
I
Okay.
feel like, did you like the book? If you're just saying read this, that feels like a cop out of a blurb.
Yeah, it is a little weird, but
Okay,
also it's
let's see
short.
what this said. I'm reading middle of the night. I avoided the audio because I saw comments that said narrator sounded like a surfer dude. Dude, yeah. I
I
did
was
not like
wondering
the
what was
audio.
up. I
I
was
did
like,
not like the audio.
yeah, but the thing is, like, that's how I read it.
I know. Yeah, I read the book primarily audio. It's mostly when the narrator is doing voices of other characters.
Yes. That's what was off. I was like, what is so off right now?
It's
Should I just,
bad.
maybe I should try to read it physically, but I don't know.
It's like it's doable to do the audiobook and just accept that you're going to hate that portion of it.
I'd be like, I will hate this. Yeah.
I don't know
I
who the
totally
narrator
felt like something was off. Yeah, that's what it is.
Apparently, he also goes by the name of.
How many names does this person have?
I didn't know that. Oh my gosh, you're so right. If you Google Alan Finn, Riley Sager's photo comes up. Pen name, an author of mysteries. He has a book called Things Half in Shadow that was published in 2014. It's 448 pages. Can I show you this?
Absolutely no. Yeah, it says Riley Sager, Todd Ritter, also under the nom de plume. Was that
Pen name in French, yeah.
But why is it that? Like, why didn't they just say pen name? Anyway, whatever. Also known under the pen name of Riley Sager and Alan Flynn.
Okay, this is the book. It's post-bellum America. 1869, the Civil War haunts the city of Philadelphia like a stubborn ghost. A crime reporter. So it's like a historical mystery.
I mean, honestly, I see that though, because he does like his period pieces, like not that old, but
true.
Still.
This is so long though. 450 pages.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, he has 3 books under this. So did he originally publish under Alan Finn then, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
What is his name? Is his name Alan or is it Todd?
It says that his name is Todd Ritter, but he's known under the pen name of Riley Sager and Alan Finn. I'm on the Wikipedia page. Oh, he only has one book under Alan Finn. It's Things Half in Shadow, 2014. And then as Todd Ritter, he has as early as 2010, which is Death Notice, Bad Moon, Devil's Night. And then we get Final Girls in 2017.
He did a whole series.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Also, they're all set in Pennsylvania.
Huh. Interesting. That is weird cover. What is happening in that? It's hard to see. Oh, it's like, oh, that is the worst cover I've ever seen.
Poster board.
What is this? I can't right now. Nope. No, thank you.
Well, I've
the
learned
things
a lot.
we learn.
Hi, Jesse. Oh, how funny. We were just talking about middle of the night.
Yeah.
Also, I saw that they went to go meet Riley Sager in his book, and I'm like, I just don't know if I could have the gall to meet an author at this point that I know I just filmed a reading vlog hating your book. I don't think I'd be able to go meet in person. So I think I just have to keep those parts of my life separate. But I think that's very cool for people who do go meet authors.
Yeah, I actually, yeah.
And nice and funny. I'm sure he was. I'm sure he's a great man. I just don't know.
He seems awesome. He loves Taylor Swift, so.
Yeah, I do love that.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Well, want to go into another sprint? What are you picking up now that you're done with your book?
Darling Girls. That was hard to say. But I may take like a quick little night walk just to get some fresh air. I have been so cooped up. And then I will read.
That is amazing.
Yeah, what about, I know, that's so cute.
I'm going to keep going in Elegy for the Undead. Hopefully I'm still loving it by the time we're back.
Yes. Fingers crossed. All right.
I was just so into my book that scared me and I jumped.
I did not see that, but it's funny because I jumped when I first put on my headphones. I don't know if it was this sprint or the last, but when I put them on, for some reason, sometimes it does like full volume just out of nowhere, and I like jumped aggressively. So
like I saw there was 16 seconds left, and I was like, okay, well, I'll just get to like the end of this page, and then I got so absorbed in it, and I was like, oh god, what's that noise?
Does that mean you're liking it still?
I am really liking it.
Ooh, that's good.
I fear saying that though, because I don't want to get expectations up, and then you're like, this is boring. Because I feel like that's what happened to me with Our Wives Under the Sea. Is everyone was like, oh my god, it's so good, like it's written so beautifully. And then I think I gave it a 3. I was like, oh yeah, I mean it's fine, it's good. Yeah, I think it's just books like that are always good when it's unexpected.
Yeah,
and like I knew nothing about this, and I'm like, this is gorgeous writing. Like, who is this author?
Okay, well that's exciting. I read a little bit of Darling Girls, and then I was like, oh, I have to make my like YouTube link for tomorrow with the graphic and all of that. So I did that a little bit. But then are we having another sprint?
I think one more, because I think I can finish the book in one more sprint.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so then in the next sprint, I'll read the whole time. So, oh yeah, and we tried to go outside and walk, and then it started raining 5 minutes into our walk. So that did not work.
In such a rainy season here, and
I know.
Like the summer rain where it's just so humid and gross outside. So even when it stops raining, you're like, I still don't want to be outside because it feels terrible.
It's been like that here too. And so, yeah. But this next sprint, I'll read the whole time.
That one is about like an abusive mother situation, right? Darling Girls.
Oh, I was looking at the comment for some reason. Did I just zone out?
Yeah.
Why did I just zone out? Oh my god. Sorry.
But Darling Girls, it's like
just like staring at the comment like that. Oh my god. Sorry everyone. Yeah. But I'm not very far into it, and I didn't read the whole synopsis. Like I like to pretend. I can't believe I just zoned out. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. What the heck? It's just because I've been up a long time, so my brain was like, good night.
When it starts getting later in these sprints, the brain shuts down.
Or sometimes I think like I'm not like hosting the sprints, but I'm supposed to be reading the comments. So I was like looking at them like I usually do, you know, if I was anyway.
It is so weird how much of a different experience it is hosting sprints and then like being a guest.
Oh my gosh.
You wouldn't think it'd be that much different, but your brain is doing so many more things when you're hosting. And then when you're not, you forget that you don't have to do all of that.
Yeah. And I think that's why I like zoned out for a second. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to watch that back. I'll get too much secondhand embarrassment from my own self watching it back.
Oh, you know, the whole sprint while I was reading, I was also thinking in the back of my mind, I was like, I don't think I should post that Riley Sager vlog because I'm sitting here feeling so guilty about everything I just said about him in our last sprint talk and that being on the internet that I'm like, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to not post every vlog. Like I've done that before where I've like started vlog. I've actually done it a lot where I like start vlogs and then they're just not like what I want them to be, or they're not finished, or I like end up getting super busy and then I'm just like, oh, it's just not gonna be put out. So if you are already thinking like maybe I shouldn't, then you probably shouldn't, just for your own sanity.
I think so. And I have like enough video stuff lined up that it's not gonna delay me like 2 weeks from putting out a video if I skip this one.
Right.
And my opinions of it aren't that interesting. It's just like, I like nothing about this and I wish it would have been completely different.
You're like, I wish I would have written this book and I would have done this and this
it's
and this.
It's just like he lays out this option and I'm like, why didn't you go that way? But I won't say too much.
Yeah, I will, as soon as I read it, I'll text you.
Please do.
And we can talk about it because I feel like
I need to talk about it with someone. I haven't talked about it with anyone because some of my coworkers really like Riley Sager, and I'm like, have you read it yet?
Mhm.
I'm like, come on, pick it up.
Yeah. It's hard when everybody well, not everybody likes them. Like,
No.
I feel like, especially more recently, people have been not loving his stuff as much as before. So it's kind of like, I don't know. We'll see. I don't even know the general reception of this book yet. And I kind of did that on purpose.
I don't know either.
No.
Yeah,
and maybe like less people are reading it, honestly, or like people are waiting longer, because I feel like people usually read them like right away. And it's interesting to see.
I feel like I've seen it pop up in thumbnails for some people. People are reading it, but I haven't sought out any reviews yet to know what the general opinion is. I'm sure after like everyone's wrap up comes out for this month, maybe then more people will start talking about it, or people could be saving it for Summerween, because
I think a lot of people are, because it's the perfect Summerween book, because it even has to do kind of with camping. Like there's that like tent element. So I was even thinking like, ooh, maybe I should save it for Summerween, but then I was like, no, I want to read it now. So I ended up not. Well, who knows at this point, but all my book like things I need to read need to be done by this weekend. So I'll go right back to it, I think.
Are you reading the new, I have so many questions now of new author books, but are you going to read the new Paul Tremblay book?
What is it?
Horror movie?
That sounds interesting. So probably.
I didn't know. I can't remember if you're a Paul Tremblay fan or not.
I really loved A Head Full of Ghosts, and then I read The Cabin at the End of the World, and it didn't work for me.
Okay.
And then did I read anything else? I know you love Paul Tremblay.
I do.
Yeah, like everything, right? So you're really excited. When is it coming?
I haven't read Survivor Song yet, but I do have it on my list. And then I have his short story collection as well that I haven't read yet. But I love A Head Full of Ghosts, Cabin at the End of the World, and the Pallbearers Club.
I wonder if I would have read The Cabin at the End of the World now, if I would have liked it more.
Probably not, because
you don't think so?
I read it in 2019, a couple years ago. Loved it. Like that is what spurred me reading a lot more horror books. And then I reread it when the movie came out.
Yeah.
Earlier this year or last year. I don't know, sometime in the last 12-ish months.
I don't know. I can't keep track of the time anymore.
And I liked it a little bit less on a reread.
Yeah. It's hard too, though, for me. Like I've only reread a book once, like fully sat down and reread a book, and it was Pretty Girls. And I loved it, but with thrillers especially, I feel like you cannot capture the initial shock, or even horror. Like any kind of book where there's like a huge reveal, where that's so like integral to the plot. I don't know what it is. Like you just can't replicate it.
Yeah,
but I still loved it.
That I've ever fully sat down and reread as well.
Yeah, because I feel like I've tried to reread books, and I just like have lost interest, because I'm like, there's so many other books I want to read that are new. And it's like the never ending like TBR.
The only other time I've reread books is this insane thing that I do sometimes, where sometimes when I finish a book, I just read it again immediately.
I know. I was going to say, I was like, haven't you done that a couple times?
I have done that a couple of times. And it's either if I love the book, I did that when I'm thinking of ending things.
Yeah.
I don't read every single word again when I read it immediately after. I just like look at every page and kind of skim through it again. And then I did that with what's the beauty horror book that was really popular? Natural Beauty.
Yeah. So
I thought I missed something because I didn't like it. And I was let me try that again.
I have only done that with a movie once. Do you know
the movie?
I did it with a movie. I did it with Fresh. I watched that movie.
Oh, really?
I absolutely have to see that right now, right again. Like it was so good. And it was one of those things where I was like, there's just so much to unpack with that movie. But it also had like a level of being a fun time. Like it wasn't overly like, it was pretty disturbing, but also it had that weird like dark humor. And so I was able to rewatch it again. But yeah, I usually don't have that feeling.
I need to rewatch that one. I never rewatched it after just the first time, and it's so good. That could
So
be a good one for the read-a-thon in the future, maybe. Do
I
some
know.
horror.
What do you say?
Well, I said it and I was like, well, I guess if you haven't seen the movie, maybe you don't want to know what it's about. But
Yeah.
could do a theme of a
When
read-a-thon.
there's like a 30 minutes in, 20 minutes in, it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
There's another, what do you call it? Just like a credit. Or
The title card drop.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, my brain has like gone to mush. I am apparently going to read next sprint.
Retrain the brain.
I need to read next sprint because I need to read this book. The nice thing is it's pretty short. Like I looked at Audible, which I will say though, it does have accents, which makes it harder for me to speed it up.
I was going to ask if you've read from Sally Hepworth before.
Yes, I read The Soulmate. I was like, what was that book? I read it last year.
Did you like that one?
I actually did.
Yeah.
Did you?
Everything I've read from her, I'm pretty sure I've given 4 stars. I think I've read 3 of her books.
It was solid. I was interested the whole time. I was packing. It was like a perfect book to have while I was packing because I didn't have to think too much, but it was like interesting the whole time. And something about her writing is what?
They're more like dramas.
Yes, and it feels kind of cozy.
Yeah, they're easy breezy.
Yeah. But this one I'm interested to see because somebody told me it's darker. And so now I'm like, oh, like I wonder.
What else have I read? I read The Good Sister and The Younger Wife are the other ones I've read from her.
Okay. Didn't you really like The Good Sister?
Yes.
Like the most, right? Or
I think I gave it a 4.
Okay.
I feel like I would remember if I gave it a 5, maybe. I don't know. That was the first thing I read from her, and I was like, wow, I'm pleasantly surprised. Like, this was really good. You know?
Yeah. I was super shocked that I liked The Soulmate so much because I assumed I wouldn't, and I don't know why. That's
how I was like the first one I picked up from her too. I was just like, it's going to be a domestic thriller. And then I was like, this was great.
I know I love when that happens. Actually, it makes me so happy. And then my least favorite feeling is when you get like a synopsis or whatever, and it sounds so good and it checks out every single box. You're like, yes, this is for me. And then you read it and you're like, oh, I hate this.
Yep.
It is the worst feeling.
Yeah.
I would rather be like, well, actually, I was going to say I would rather have it be mediocre. I guess I would rather have it be mediocre, but I also enjoy hating books more than just like having no feelings.
Me too.
We're the same. Like, it's just, I don't know. There has to be something there. And especially when you are so excited to read something based on like a cool premise. I feel like sometimes when books have too cool of premises, I'm like, it's going to be bad. You know? It's almost
like a book premise is just like really brief. And it's just the first little thing that happens, just like this thing happens.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is this 350-page book going to be about? And sometimes it sets you up really well because then everything's a surprise and it has a lot of complexity. And sometimes that's literally all the book is. It's the very thing. It's just stretched out.
I know. And I also think, I don't know if we've gotten away from this at all. I say we, it's like the publishing industry. I don't know if they've gotten away from comparing every book to other books. I feel like for a long time it was a thing. It was like for readers who love Gone Girl or for readers who blah. And have you noticed that as much now?
I think there's a little more diversity than there was for a while there, especially in thrillers. Everything's compared to Gone Girl for a while.
Yeah.
And then like in the fantasy genre, everything is Fourth Wing or Sarah J. Maas is what it's compared to right now. I was just doing my most anticipated books video the other day. So I just read a bunch of synopses. So it's like fresh on my mind. But I was thinking about a book that was compared to like Glass Onion and Knives Out. Like I feel like I see more movie comparisons in book stuff.
Like Get Out too. I've seen
Get Out, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I remember when Ruth Ware's book, the one before this, 0 Days, was pitched as like Mr. and Mrs. Smith meets something else. So I see that, but
yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I notice that the books I like the best are usually, sometimes I wonder if it's just because I know less about them. And so more of it's a surprise, or like when I go in blind and I don't really know what to expect at all, like you said, and then it just becomes something so interesting. And I'm like, oh, that happened to me a few times. And that's the best feeling. I love it.
I think about that so differently now that I read Happiness Falls by Angie Kim. I don't think you've read that one.
No.
It like part of that book is about the happiness quotient as a theory that like the way you go into something, your expectations can drastically affect your satisfaction level with it. So like if you go into a movie thinking it's going to be great and then it's just okay, you're like, oh, that was really disappointing. But if you think it's going to be horrible and it's okay, you're like, wow, that was pretty good. So now I think about that time with my book experiences and I try to keep my expectations low.
That is so real. Like that is me to a T. I mean, it's got to be for everybody, but that is so me. That's why recently I've been just like avoiding even reading synopses like as best I can, or I'll try to like read it and then forget.
That's what I do too. Yeah.
Which also like is tough because I do it for my book club books and then people are like, what's it about? I'm like, I don't know, but it's my book club book.
We're going to figure it out together.
I'm like, I don't even want to know what it's about because as soon as I know like generally the whole synopsis, like it's going to summarize so much of the beginning of the story. And I love beginnings of the story where you're like learning things and I don't know. It's like my favorite part of a book sometimes, like that anticipation. I love that. So
I always have to like, so when I always will like look for books so early in advance, like what's coming out in the next 6 months and then put them on my list, read it. Sounds interesting. Put it on my list. And then I just trust myself later. And I'm like, yeah, you wanted to read that. So just read it. Don't read the synopsis. But then I'll like be starting a book. And if I'm not loving it, or if I'm kind of like, where are we going with this? I get such an urge to go back and read the synopsis. And I have to find myself and I'm like, no, don't do it. Let it surprise you. It's going to be such a good experience.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. I just don't read synopses. I feel like I never even really did. Like I did more for videos, but not just out in the wilds. Like when I'm in bookstores, I don't read the whole synopses ever. I just like used to look at the cover and then maybe like a tiny bit. And I was like, okay, sounds interesting. So
I read mostly the whole thing now because I feel like I know so much more about my reading taste that I can see things in a synopsis and know I'm probably not going to like the book. So I like to get, sometimes too, I read the synopsis and I'm like, okay, I feel like I've read the book already. Like I've already done this story before. So
what is that song where it's like, I've seen this story before? Wait.
I think I've seen this film.
Yes. Yes. And I didn't like the ending now. What is that?
Exile, Taylor Swift.
Thank you. I was like, I know this has Bon Iver on it.
I'll do that all the time. Just anything I'm saying can be turned into a Taylor Swift lyric most of the time.
Because she's so good at it. She just knows.
She's covered every emotion.
She's really for the book girlies.
3.5 enjoyed it, but more of a beginning spot for grief literary horror. Yeah, I'm sure I'll have more to say when I actually finish it, but I'm like over half.
Yeah, I know. I'm jealous. I'm like, I wish I was reading that right now.
Like really far.
I have to read Darling Girls. And I don't know why I'm like not excited about reading it right now.
When is the book club discussion for that?
It's tomorrow evening, but I do have some lessons I have to teach tomorrow. So it's not like I have all day to read it. So
I was just thinking if I could be insane enough to read the whole book before then.
I am insane.
No, I was saying like maybe I'll do it too. Maybe I'll just pop the audiobook on.
Oh my God. Also, I feel like my eyes are so puffy. Like, what is happening?
Oh no.
Did you see this? Like they're closing.
Oh God.
I need to like, I think it's because I read so much, like, and I was listening, but I was looking at it the whole time pretty much for so many hours. And I'm not used to doing that. I usually take longer, I feel like, than most people to finish a book. So when I do things like this before book clubs, I like feel it in my eyeballs.
I get that way during read-a-thons too, like week-long read-a-thons. I'll
Yeah.
almost always guaranteed my eyes will start to be really sore, like
That's
3
what
or
I'm
4 days in, and then I have to take a break and do audiobooks.
Yeah, like my eyes are sore right now, but I wanted to follow along so I could listen to it like at a faster speed. Because
Mhm.
like accents are harder for me to like
Is it
listen.
Australian?
I'm the wrong person to ask for this.
I think she's Australian.
Let me look it up. It's gotta be. But also I'm listening sped up and sometimes it's like kind of hard to like differentiate for me when it's sped up.
Oh,
It's
Lisa.
an Australian. It says Australian writer, so probably. I don't know. I always like. Sorry, did you say something?
I was saying Lee also said that they reread I'm Thinking of Ending Things immediately after I finished. And
Oh,
I just feel like that's like a
yeah.
rite of passage with that book. Like that's
I
what you do.
I wanted to do that too. I feel like I skimmed it. Like I went back over it for sure.
You said it is Australian.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it says she's Australian, so I would assume that it's an Australian narrator, probably.
I'm trying to remember if I've done any of her books on audiobook. I own them physically, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't have listened to them too.
Yeah. I think it's Australian because it doesn't quite sound British. However, there's a lot of different accents.
Mm-hmm.
Even I think in Australia, like, so to my untrained ear,
All I'm thinking is, good day, mate.
good
That's all.
day, mate. I know. I'm pretty sure, was The Island narrated? Wait,
The Island is set in
Australia, right?
Australia or New Zealand or an island off of Australia. I think an island off of Australia.
Because I was like, it was in that like a outbacky feeling
Mhm.
place. So I wonder if maybe the narrator did. I don't know. It's been too long, but I love that book.
Me too.
I still think about that book, and I was like, I want another book like that.
Did you read The Chain?
No, and that's
Chain?
like what you were saying about Pearl, how it's like on your watch list and you never
Mhm.
do it. That's like me with The Chain.
Yeah.
Like I know I need to do it, but for some weird reason I never end up reading it, and I don't know why, because I feel like I'd like it.
Probably. They were both 5 stars for me.
Yeah,
I
really
Island first and then The Chain.
Is The Chain similar to The Push?
No.
It's not. Okay. Because I also have been meaning to read The Push for a long time. And I actually just.
You haven't read The Push?
No. And I haven't.
I can't believe you haven't read The Push.
Is that, like I'm saying, is that weird?
I would have sworn on everything you've read The Push.
I haven't. When was it published? It was published.
The Push is more of a drama.
Yeah, dramas sometimes work for me though.
And I liked it when I read it.
Yeah, I think I like it.
It's like The Chain is intense, action thriller.
Oh,
What would you do in a situation? Oh my gosh.
Is that the like kidnapping one?
Mhm.
See, I've got to read it.
It's good.
Okay. Is it a good summer book?
Yes.
Okay. I need to read it. I've got to prioritize it.
Like reading books I can't believe I haven't read yet.
I really should. Like, that is such a good, yeah. It's true. That one, The Chain. I'd have to look at because I don't always add stuff to my TBR on Goodreads, but I'm sure there's other stuff that like people would be surprised. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to yawn.
Usually I'm the one yawning by this point. I can't believe
I know. I'm not bored. I'm just I know what it is. I woke up earlier than normal today too. And I couldn't stop reading Listen for the Lie last night. It was so good. I was hooked.
Sounds like it was worth it for you.
It was worth it for me. I feel like it's not worth it for everyone.
Sometimes I wonder too, I don't know if you ever have this experience, but like when I read an arc, months before it comes out. And then it comes out, and I didn't really like it that much. Like, it was fine, but I didn't love it. And then it comes out and everyone's loving it. I'm like, did they change the book? Like, did they change anything?
Maybe, but I also really think the podcast element like added so much to it.
Yeah. That was my favorite part of it, reading it.
Yeah. And like anytime there's multiple voices and like, I don't know, it was done well. I totally agree. The main character, not likable at all. I did find her funny, like how she was always just like thinking about murdering people in such like the way it was described in a humorous way. Because it was always like mid conversation. She's like imagining murdering them. And then they're like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm great. She was also super sarcastic, which was funny. But I wonder if you would have liked it more.
We'll never know.
Because I think a lot of people are liking it.
I think so. I've been seeing
like
really good reviews, and I've been feeling crazy for it. But
I mean, that's how I felt with so many books that so many people love.
A better recommendation for Listen for the Lie. I enjoyed the book, but it was my first podcast murder mystery type. Do you have anything that's coming to mind?
Well, my favorite podcasty ones are like The Night Swim.
I haven't read that one.
That's a book you haven't read.
Oh. I didn't think I would like it because it's like a trial, right?
It's based on like the Brock Turner.
Yeah. I don't like.
Would be really happy to read.
Yeah.
I loved that book when I read it, though. It was so good. But I did read it a while ago. I recently read Girl 11.
I haven't read that either.
I really liked it. I feel like so many people haven't even heard of this. This one to me feels even more like you're listening to like an actual true crime podcast, and the what am I trying to say? Like the effects, if I'm remembering right, were really good. You hear like multiple voices, and it's about like a cold case, and they thought they had the right guy, and then it's like copycat things are possibly happening right now. And I'm like trying to remind myself of all this. Yeah, it's like a killer called the Countdown Killer. He terrorized the community, and he kidnapped girls, and he like ritualistically murdered them. And so now in the present day, there's like another kind of MO matching that. And I really liked it. I'm trying to think what else. Did this one have? I feel like none of this is true. I really liked this one, and it had a podcast element. Did you like it?
I gave it a 3 or a 3.5.
Okay. I feel like a lot of people love this.
A lot of people loved it. And that's another one where I was like, what am I missing? I don't understand. But I have given a Lisa Jewell book a 5-star before. I do like
Which one?
The Night She Disappeared. And then I also might have given The Family Upstairs a 5-star when I read that.
Okay. I have more of her books. I have Then She Was Gone, Invisible Girl.
I did not like either of those.
Shit. What's my other one? Where is it? It's the one about the incel.
Yeah, Watching You, or
I don't know, but it's
Found You.
I don't see it here.
Or I think Invisible Girl also might have an incel.
Maybe that was it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
The only other book I could think of, well, obviously there's what's the Holly Jackson book?
Yeah, Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
A Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
That one's really good.
Loved that. I gave that 5 stars. It's a young adult, and it's a murder mystery, and is it a podcast that she's making, or just that there's recordings? I can't even remember, but definitely do the audio.
Yeah. Oh, and the Tiffany D. Jackson YA one, the Weight of Blood. It's like the Carrie.
Yeah. I had a podcast.
Yeah, I'm almost positive. It was like, wasn't that another one you read as an arc?
I don't think I read it as an arc, but I did read it and I liked it.
I'm almost positive. Yeah, let me look. Almost the Weight of Blood podcast. I swear it had a podcast.
I feel like I did it on audio, so that would make sense. Tiffany
Uh-huh.
recommended Sadie, which is
Oh yeah, Sadie.
Courtney Summers.
I liked that at the time, but now I'm wondering if I just really liked it because I like the podcast element, and now I've read like other podcast elements that I've thought were better. But I also read that a long time ago. Let me see. The Weight of let's take a look at this. If it loads. Why am I not seeing anything like podcast element? Usually they say that.
I can remember the fact that I think it might have been jumping around in time because it tells you that like something bad happened at the prom, and then you're like going back in time to seeing what happened, and like talking about police reports or something.
Yeah. Oh, wait, look. I found the audiobook is fantastic and I highly recommend listening to it. There's a really cool podcast element with sound effects and music and multiple narrators. Okay, I knew that that was a thing.
I don't know why I can't remember that being.
I remember, and yeah, there were like sound effects, which is even more. I'm pretty sure that in what's it called? Girl 11. I'm pretty sure in that there were sound effects too. Yeah, I love the whole like podcast trope.
Oh, the other book that I was going to recommend is not a podcast, but it's mixed media. And that is The Mysterious Case of the Alperton Angels by Janice Hallett, which is one of my favorite murder mysteries of the year so far. And that's told entirely in mixed media. So it's like reading emails, transcripts from interviews. And you could do that on audio. It might be the most chaotic experience of your life because there's so much to keep up with.
So stressful. It's like the name.
Because it's like she probably interviews like 50 different people in the book, but like you don't need to know who those characters are. And then there's two main characters, but then there's all these like side pieces coming together. It took me a good 70 pages to understand what was happening.
Oh, that's why I'm scared. Like I want to read it because it sounds like something I'd like, but I'm like, ooh, will I understand? Probably not.
I did buy 2 more of her books too because I loved it so much and I want to keep reading them. But hopefully you enjoy it.
I really like them. I mean, I feel like probably they've been well received. People like them. Yeah,
incidents and then Jingle.
I knew that it was there. I was just like, why am I not seeing it in the synopsis?
Do I own that book?
Wait,
what's it called?
The Weight of Blood.
I don't think I own it because I keep all my YA books.
I do. I'm trying to look over at my other shelf and find it.
So I think that would be evidence that I listened to it on audio.
Right.
Which would make even more sense why I would have done that if I heard that it was good on audio for that.
I'm confused though. I thought I owned it, but I'm looking over. Oh, I'll grab it. I see it. It was like not next to the other ones.
I thought I had it. But also I have been losing books from my moves and then they just like disappear. So it's also possible that I used to own it. I remember the cover of it.
So see, look, it says like episode 3.
I must have done that on audio. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it does have. I feel like, was this the most recent Tiffany D. Jackson? Like, has there not been?
I would not be surprised because I can't think of any other books.
I feel like it's been a while for her, and also it's been a while for Jennifer Hillier, which I'm dying for Jennifer Hillier to release something, please, because I'm like, I need it. But
Tiffany D. Jackson published like a Marvel IP book this year.
Oh,
And then there's a book called The White Guy Dies First, which is an anthology that is coming out in 2 weeks.
oh, I didn't even know that, but I also don't know, like,
I think she edited it.
okay. Because I was going to say, on like a full blown like book like this, I don't think. I think.
Oh,
Didn't
no,
she have a baby too, though? Like, I'm pretty sure.
she did not edit it. She's included in it. She has a story in it.
Oh.
I
Pretty
don't
sure
know.
she had a baby, so she's probably been busy.
I think that's the only book I've ever read from her is the
Really? The Weight of Blood.
Yeah, I keep forgetting what it's called.
Oh my gosh, really? I'm shocked. I read Grown, White Smoke, and Allegedly.
I just don't like. I'm not in my YA.
I know,
anymore.
but I will say Allegedly was super good. Like, surprisingly so, because that was the one I think I was less interested in. Like, I was more interested in the synopses of like Grown and White Smoke. And then I ended up liking White Smoke the least. And then I liked Grown. That was like the first one. And that was based on R. Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. And then The Weight of Blood, I don't know where I would place that one. I really liked it, but I feel like I still like Allegedly more, but I don't know. The ending of Allegedly was like, whoa, not what I was expecting.
I think the only YA book I've read in like 2 years is the Holly Jackson one. But I'm getting ready to read Maureen Johnson's new book, and that's YA.
Yeah, I even read YA this year. I used to be like pretty decently into YA, and then I don't know, I just like hit a wall and I was like, I can't.
I was really into YA horror for a while,
Right.
and then something just happened where I no
My
longer
brain,
am interested.
Yeah, I'm looking and I like at my books this year, and I don't see anything. I almost said the Frida McFadden one was YA. It feels kind of YA. I don't know. It's not though. Yeah, I haven't read any YA this year, which is super surprising because like looking at my last challenges, like 2023. Well, I feel like Heartstopper doesn't count because that's so cute. Like,
Yeah, I've got
I'll always read
Heartstopper.
Heartstopper. But I'm looking and seeing like even in I did read There's No Way I'd Die First for my book club, which it was not good. Would not recommend. I read Clown in a Cornfield. I actually did like that one.
Okay, last year I read 4 YA books, and they were all 3 of them were thriller, 1 was a horror, and I rated 2 of them 2 stars, 1 a 3.5 and 1 a 4.
Yeah, I'm going back to the beginning of last year. What did I read? I read a Natasha Preston, and I was like, not for me, sadly. I was really wanting it to be for me.
I used to read Natasha Preston when I was in high school.
Yeah, no, and like I just
am I thinking of the right person? Is that the one who wrote The Cellar?
Yeah. See, I read The Lost because it sounded like Saw, and it just wasn't Saw enough for me because it was YA. And so I wasn't like into it. Like I wanted more torture. Yeah. I don't know what that says about me, but and then I sought out something and I was like, oh, this is what I wanted. And then the next one I read was where the heck even is any? Oh, Never Coming Home. I hated that book. It was so bad.
Who's that by?
Kate Williams. I can show you a picture.
Never heard of that.
Horrible. Never read it. It was like, why did I give it 3 stars? It was so bad. What the heck? See, I used to rate things different even last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm changing it to 2 because that was not a 3-star. It was bad. It's about like these teens get taken to this private island and they're all like influencer tropes. So there's like the fashionista,
I remember you talking about this.
Yeah,
did you like this? Or you talked about it in a video, I think. Maybe like a wrap up or something, or recent reads.
I could not tell you. I don't know. I don't remember. But I read it on a train. I think Oh yeah, it was like during the Taylor Swift, like when I went
Mhm.
down to Texas to go see Taylor Swift. And I read it and it was like chaos around me on the train, chaos in the book. It was not a good time. I was like, no. And then yeah, there was just every single trope and then they were getting picked off one by one and I was like, I can't do this. But then I read Heartstopper and I was like, this is everything. So
Yeah, Heartstopper is perfection. That lives in its own realm.
we can't compare to Heartstopper. It's perfect.
Right.
Which means I need to watch the show.
You haven't watched any of it?
No, which is
Oh my
so
God.
terrible of me because so I don't have a Netflix and now it does that stupid Wi-Fi thing.
Mhm.
But I have good news. I'm like going to be over at my parents' house more next week. So I will be watching it there because then I'll be able to because it's on their Wi-Fi. So I'll watch Heartstopper next week.
Good.
I'm
It is if you think the graphic novels are perfect, this is the best adaptation there has ever been of
I'm
something.
so excited. I'm going to cry.
So good. I could just watch it always. I could just put it on at any time,
Right.
and it's like a warm hug.
I know. I'm so excited. Yeah, that's my mission. I'm going to watch it. It's just so annoying whenever I want to watch anything on Netflix, I like go to it and then I'm like, ugh, I have to do the whole like I'm on vacation code and then that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't and I'm just like I just never do it.
It is annoying how they did that.
Yeah.
There's not usually a ton of good things to watch on Netflix anyways.
That's the thing. Also, Nothing More to Tell. I read Karen M. McManus, the one who did like Everyone Here Is Lying or what is the one?
Yes. I read The Cousins from her.
Did you like it?
I think so. But I mean, that was back when I was reading YA.
I didn't like this one. I do really like Kayla Cottingham's books. So she has 2 out.
I read the one. What's the first one? My Dearest Darkest.
Yeah, my brain is
I had
not,
to look it up. I could not remember.
functionally up. It's not functioning
You
optimally.
liked This Delicious Death too?
I did. Did you?
That
No, you
was-
said you didn't read it.
That was what happened to me. I remember distinctly this was the era that I stopped reading YA horror, was when all of these authors I liked were coming out with their next book. And it was in between My Dearest Darkest and This Delicious Death that I no longer had the interest. And there was also Courtney Gould was between books at the time. And I loved one and I was excited for the next one. And then I was like, no interest. And now there's like another one coming out too.
I think you should try This Delicious Death in the summer because it's the summer and it's such a fun time. Like I like the romance way more in My Dearest Darkest because I felt like it was slow burn and it was like more focused on. But I liked This Delicious Death too. And I thought it was a really fun time. And I actually liked it so much that I was like, which one do I like better? Like I couldn't fully decide.
It has kind of a low rating on Goodreads.
It has a low rating?
And kind of, it's a 3.59.
Ugh, I will fight people.
But my top friend reviews are 5 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars.
It's good. It's good. I mean, I don't want to make your expectations like too high, but
The top comment I can see is, "What a weird ass book."
And it was weird. It was not what I expected, like at all. You should just read it. It's short.
I'm putting on my TBR. I'll just do like an audiobook through the library.
Yeah, it's short and sweet and like a fun summer read. And there was some scenes in there that I was like, ooh, I like this. The Lake House did not like that.
Who's that?
Sarah Beth Durst. I
don't know any of these books.
I know. I purely did it for the cover. Like the cover is
okay. Yeah. I know that cover.
And then this one just read really young, like younger than YA. Then I took a break. I was like, I can't do this anymore. And then, I read Sheets, but that was like a graphic novel.
Oh, I love Sheets.
Yeah, it was good. It was sad, but it was good. Then I read Clown in a Cornfield. Then I read the second one. Wasn't really a fan of the second one. I liked the first one a lot. And then There's No Way I Die First. And then that was it for my YA last year. Well, and then Heartstopper, which I don't count. And then this year I haven't read anything. So maybe it's time to pull out a YA book.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. There's a lot riding on this Maureen Johnson book because this will either reinvigorate me to be interested in YA again, or it will confirm for me why I'm not reading it right now.
Yeah, who is that again? I'm trying to picture like that author.
Truly Devious, the book series.
Oh, duh. Yes, and The Naturals, right?
Yep.
Have you read The Naturals?
Mm-mm.
I've heard it's actually pretty good.
I've heard that's good as well. I read Truly Devious, but only the first book.
I read the first book and I didn't like it.
I think I gave it a 3.
Yeah, I just was like, I cannot connect to these characters. I like the setting.
I call this like Lord of the Rings syndrome for me when I start something in a series and I think like it's gonna achieve its destination in the first thing.
Yeah.
And then the series will build on other things. But actually they get nowhere near Mordor in the first movie. And that's like the whole arc. That's what happened in Truly Devious, where I was like, oh, everything's gonna be solved and a new mystery will unfold. And it's like, actually, no, you don't get any answers about the mystery. Yeah. That will come later. And I'm like, ugh.
That's the whole series thing where you're like, wait. Yeah.
Because like this,
oh my gosh,
Murder Club has a mystery in the first book. Mystery gets solved. Move on to the second book. New mystery. That's what I like.
Yeah, I like that too. But I feel like it's less common. But also it like makes people not want to keep reading as much, you know, in the series sometimes.
If the mystery's solved?
I feel like probably somewhat. Like if you end on a cliffhanger, people will be like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen?
Yeah. When I'm reading a mystery series, I want a new mystery each time. And I'm okay having an overarching mystery throughout the series as well. But I want a very contained story. Like this I'm reading as a mystery series, the Claire McIntosh books I was reading. You could read those as standalones. Like you wouldn't even need to.
Is I Let You Go? I still haven't read this. I got this forever ago. Is this in a series, technically?
I don't know the books. I think this is her first series that she's doing. It was the book that was The Last Party. It was a Book of the Month book last year.
Oh, I see.
That kicked off a detective series. And then the second book in the series just came out recently. It's called A Game of Lies. And it's the reality TV kind of.
Oh, see, I'm interested in that. And you loved it. So
I loved it. I thought it was perfect.
I need to try that out. Wow, I'm struggling. Do you see this? What is happening right now?
Well, we can get into our last sprint because I feel the steam in me will die soon if I don't start it.
We got this. We got it.
One more. Here we go.
I'm going to turn off my camera, though. I'm going to walk on the treadmill to stay awake.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding. I think it'll help.
See everyone in 45.
Hello.
I feel like my hair felt so strange, like it was in the wrong place. And I was like, I need my camera
It
to
looks
fix
normal
this.
to me.
I don't know what's going on with that. I was outside with my dog and it's so humid because it had been storming all day.
Oh.
So I think it like puffed everything up a little bit.
Yeah, it's humid everywhere. I don't know. It's
Ugh.
wild this summer. It's more than normal here. Like humidity through the roofs, constant raining. It's weird.
Thank you so much. That was so kind. I also just finished Elegy for Men.
Ooh.
I don't know if you noticed, I added like 4 minutes to the sprints because I needed a couple more minutes to
I
finish.
didn't. Oh wait, actually, I was kind of confused because I set my alarm and I
I
came
wondered
over
if you
here,
would have.
and then I was like, "Oh, okay, I was just wrong," and I didn't think anything of it. So
I had
no,
like 10 pages left and there was like
yeah,
4 minutes left. So it's
you're
like,
good.
bump, 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 bump.
That makes so much sense. I wasn't looking at the screen, but when I came back and like my alarms rang, I was like, "Oh, I must have like set my alarms really, really early." That's so funny. What did you give it? What did you think?
I think I'm gonna give it 5 stars.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
I am on a roll. I think this is my 4th 5-star of the month. This is crazy. This
Yeah,
is maybe the best reading month I've ever had.
that's amazing. I don't know. Do you have a Discord for this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why? I know I was in it before, but now I'm like looking at my Discord and why am I not seeing it?
I'll send you a link.
That's super weird. I also did have to like change my Discord account. But that was the weirdest moment because I was like, I'm imagining this Discord. But you do have a Discord. Okay. Well, I'll just have to. I know I was in it before, but then that weird thing happened with my account. I had to make a whole new thing.
I
And
also leave Discords all the time because sometimes there's just too many. And
I
then
didn't leave
sometimes
it
I leave
though.
Discords and I don't even know what they are anymore.
I definitely didn't leave it because I. Okay. Well, all weird. I don't know.
Okay, well, I want to caveat my 5-star in that
Yeah. I'm entering the
the
Discord.
characters just feel so real to me. I just feel like I just lived lifetimes with these people and I'm devastated and I feel broken inside and I'm like,
Oh no.
what do you mean?
Was it horror at a point?
That's the thing is like it's categorized as horror
Yeah.
and it reads like a grief horror in that
Yeah.
like watching your partner die is horrific.
This is so triggering. Like, imagining.
Like, it's like this is probably the weirdest pick that we had for this because it's not just like in your face horror.
Yeah.
Kind of like, did you read We Spread by Ian Reid?
No, I never read these like quote unquote weirder ones or like grief horror.
This isn't a weird book. It's just like a weird one to categorize, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna read this, so I'll let you know what I think. I'm scared.
I just feel so personally invested in
Okay.
the way the characters were written and for this to be so short. And I'm like, who even is this author that you just like you
Did
pulled
that to
the
you?
whole world with these? Yeah, you just ruined my night. What do you mean?
It's like, who are you? You're responsible. Does this author have other stuff?
I have no idea. I looked up the publisher earlier when we were talking about it. Oh, I actually have the Goodreads open. So
Yeah, I'll have to see. Also, I got in your Discord and I'm just like, what the heck? I know I was in this at one point. Well, I'm here now.
Well,
I'm here again. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Looks like this is the only book from this author, and this was published in 2020. However,
Wow, a debut being that good.
I know. He might write short stories and things because it says, well, actually, I don't know. He has a website.
Gotcha. I am very intrigued to
Look at him.
see what I think. Oh, cutie. I love it.
Of tallish tales with a lot of queer rep.
I'm excited. Also, that picture's just really aesthetic.
I know.
Like, I love it.
A pretty gay blog. I love this.
It's cute. Perfect.
Oh, I'm so
what are you gonna do now? Do you have to watch something funny? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna have to scroll on TikTok for a bit.
Did you cry or no?
I teared up. I teared up a little.
Oh my God, I'm scared. I hope I like it a lot.
It's just sad. Like the whole thing is just like, oh God, life and love is so complex. Also, it kind of like the concept is like a virus overtakes you and then like makes you violent and then like you're gonna die and be this like zombie shell of a person, which feels so similar in some ways to dementia, which has been something really close going on in my family recently. And so it just felt like really, life.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's so hard.
But it was so beautifully written. So good.
Oh my gosh, I'm excited. And
I
also,
hope you like it. Imagine you read it now and you're like, I hated this, but happy for you.
I'll let you know. 4 stars. Pretty good.
Oh yeah, 4. Really liked the weird, but I really wanted more expanded on it. It felt too simple for me. Yeah, that's the thing is it's like there's not a lot here. It's just it's an elegy, you know? And
which works.
That's it. It's just like here you go. Sit on it.
I'm really curious what the audiobook is going to be like because you read it physically.
Ooh, yeah, there's a little bit of poetry in here too, which would be nice to hear on audio.
Yeah, see now I'm like I wish I had the physical book too to like follow along. But I'll listen to it and then let you know how the audio is. Felix is sneezing.
Oh,
I don't think you guys can hear him. Maybe
I did hear that. Yeah, and then I recognized the noise.
No, it's like I feel like I have a bunny, if anybody is wondering, and he randomly sneezes, just random times. I also have a loud AC, but that I can't do anything about either. I need it on.
I hope you enjoyed Tender as the Flesh. Oh, how did your reading sprint go? Did you start Darling Girls?
Yes, I did. I got to. For some reason it went away. Here, let me see. I got to page something. I don't know. Page 57. I'm 17% in. And I'm interested. It has her writing style.
Yeah.
So like I'm enjoying it and I don't even know what you would it's like slightly cozy, like kind of comforting, which is really weird. It's actually super like sad. Because what you said is it's about an abusive foster mother. And then like the 3 like sisters, like they basically, are sisters because they grew up together. And so you learn about the first one. I've already learned about like her first experience. And then now like the second sister has arrived and you're seeing like, ooh, like, I mean, you see it from the beginning. It's kind of giving me like Gypsy Rose vibes, but without the like poisoning. Like nothing like that has happened, but just like the creepy like evilness of like manipulation like that. So yeah, it is dark.
I did start watching that Gypsy Rose Lifetime show that's coming out. It just like was on TV, so I watched some of it.
Yeah.
And it's just such an interesting phenomenon to think about.
Yeah.
That we're now watching Gypsy Rose have a Lifetime reality TV show.
I didn't even I forgot about that. Is it just filmed like reality TV?
Mm-hmm.
What a weird.
Yeah.
That is just.
I think it's called Life After Lockup.
I've seen like a quick ad for it, but not enough to know. I did not realize it was like reality TV, like film. Mm-hmm. Is it like dramatic?
I didn't even watch a full episode, but I mean, it's like her husband picking her up from prison, and then he has to take her to go buy shoes for the first time because her shoes don't fit anymore. and then she's
Oh my
moving in with him, and then he's going back to work, and she's wanting to like redo the fridge, and they're starting to have fights and little bickering, and she
aren't they
wants a
not even,
dog, and he doesn't want her to get a dog.
they're not even together anymore, right?
No, now she's with her ex again, and that's in the reality
Wait,
TV show.
what? She's with her ex?
Yes.
The guy?
No, a different one.
Oh my God, that scared me.
Yeah, sorry.
I like had a
Sorry for the jump scare. This
I
is
had
like,
a heart attack.
there was the guy, and then there's like the first guy she loved while she was in prison that she dated. And in the show, even though she's married to the guy Ryan, she's like, man, I would have given it all up for him, but like we were engaged, and then he broke up with me,
And they're back together?
and now they're back together. But yeah, I mean, it's like a drama reality TV show.
I'm like, I just had like a
Can you imagine
My
if
whole
she
life.
was? That would be crazy.
I'm serious. I thought you meant
I'm like, and yeah, she's back with her.
wasn't his name Nick or something? Like
I don't remember.
I think it was something, and of
prison.
course I think he was from Wisconsin, which always I live in Wisconsin, if anybody's wondering, and it's like always the case. Oh my gosh, that would be so wow.
This guy's name is Ken. Now I see they're on TikTok all the time talking about things. It's just, we live in a simulation sometimes, it feels like.
It's literally a simulation. There's no way any other era that this would happen.
And with the reality TV show, she was in prison in Louisiana or Alabama or something, or Missouri, one of those three. And she wants to go somewhere else. And then this was right when Taylor Swift started going to the Chiefs game. And so Gypsy Rose really wanted to go to a Chiefs football game and meet Taylor Swift. But then like her parole people were like, you have to get to the other state now. Like, no. And that became a whole big news story.
Yeah. I forgot about. Wow. I'm like, this is so wild to me because I watched The Act like when it came out. And I just never thought that like my mind's exploding right now. That is just so interesting. That's all I have to say.
Well,
very, very interesting.
On that note, I'll leave everyone reminiscing on that. And I think the episodes are still rolling out of that TV show.
Yeah. What's it on?
Lifetime.
See, I don't have that, do I? No.
Yeah. It'll probably be on Hulu or something eventually.
It's gonna be somewhere.
But thanks for joining me tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been so fun.
Yeah. We will be watching Bodies tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, chatting in the Discord if anyone wants to join that. That is linked in the description below, Discord information if you're not in there, as well as Savannah's channel is down there. So check that out if you aren't already. And yeah, hope everyone has a good rest of your night and talk to you later.